It is a family. I love it.
Keep hiding all the bells and whistles for a few more hours.
Yeah.
Good morning, guys. Thank you all for attending today. We're going to start out with opening remarks from Chris Armstrong.
Yeah, good morning, everybody, and officially welcome to our new home. We'll obviously have a lot more to say about it a little later, and can't wait to take you all through it and show you what we've built here. But for now, I'll just say that we believe we have the best facility in the National Hockey League, and we have an immense amount of gratitude to Ryan and Ashley Smith for providing us with a facility like this and giving us the resources to build a championship organization. They've done everything they said they were going to do from day one and beyond, and that's an amazing place to operate from as a team. So I'm excited about camp. Also, welcome to the first day of the first season as the Utah Mammoth. Bill's done a tremendous job this offseason of building the roster, adding even more skill, depth, and experience. We're excited. There's a number of our young prospects in camp who are hungry to get our attention this week. Should be a really competitive camp. Looking forward to the next few weeks and to getting off to a good start in the regular season, and of course to being back with our fans at our newly renovated Delta Center on October 15th against Calgary for our home opener. So with that, I will open it up to the room for questions.
Chris and Bill, we'll start with both of you, but what will it take for a player to make this roster with this level of competition at this year's training camp?
Ooh, that's a great question. Firing away right off the get-go here. So I think we tried to address, with our young players and making sure that they understood from the get-go that there are jobs available. You got to come in. You got to make a business decision to beat somebody out of a job. And some of them are probably closer than they think. And I think it goes also to the veterans of them, coming in great shape and being ready to roll and playing at a high level where they're executing and they're out competing them. The great news is it's all going to play out in front of us, and whether it's exhibition games or one-on-one battles that coach does, you're going to be able to see by the end, who earns that job. But you can really feel it in our dressing room, just in the sense of there's a little bit of nervousness and excitement about the young guys. They think they can make it, so we'll see how that goes. But it's great to have that problem.
Bill, I'm just curious. Is there an update on Connor Ingram's current situation?
Yeah, there is. It's basically for us, with Ingy, we're so excited for him and his path to recovery. That's one. That's the biggest thing. We always look at the player and and the person. And as far as the person, it's incredible to know that he's back, ready to play. We both had a mutual agreement where we said, hey, listen, we have our goaltenders. It's probably best for him not to come to camp. And put himself in a situation we'll at some point in time put him through waivers, and through that process, he will either get a chance to play for another NHL team, or he will go to an American Hockey League team and resume his playing. But at the end of the day, he will be playing, and that's what we're so excited for.
Chris, how would you describe the culture that's been established here, not only in the locker room, but with the coaches, the support staff, and everyone in the organization heading into year two?
Yeah, I think the mindset is really about continuous improvement. We made a good push at the end of last year, fell a little bit short, and everybody's hungry to get back in the saddle and push for the playoffs this year. So, it's a competitive environment. It's about continuous improvement. It's about getting better every day, bringing everything you have every single day, as we've always talked about, maximum effort all the time. The other part of it is, we're in this fight together. There's a shared purpose and a shared mission here, and we need to push each other. We need to take care of each other. We need to challenge each other to make each other better every day, and that's the mindset we have going into this season.
Bill, do you think that this team should be a playoff team this season, or kind of what are your expectations with regards to this roster? Would it be a disappointment to not make the playoffs?
I think so. I think we're good enough to make the playoffs. It comes down to a lot of things. Obviously, there's a health factor, right? If you get banged up, there's some things that are out of your control. But as we stand right now going in, we believe we are a playoff team. We are aware also it's the toughest division in hockey. And it's going to be a punch-in-the-face competition, and it's going to be a battle to get in. It's not going to be an easy thing for us. We're going to be right in that line. And we talked about it with the players this morning that Game 1 for us is Game 7. it's on, and it's on from the get-go. And we talked to them a little bit about we have a great culture here. It's a very friendly culture. It's a great building. Everybody's excited, but make no mistake about it. We play in the toughest division in hockey. It's game on when we hit that ice.
And Chris, I wanted to ask you, obviously the attendance numbers for the team are terrific. Wanted to know about the TV ratings you're seeing locally on Channel 16 and on SAG Plus, and how that compares to the NHL generally, and then also how that compares maybe to the Utah Jazz, if you're aware of that.
Yeah, I mean, comparing to the Jazz is a hard endeavor, only because you got to consider the history of the team here and us being in our second season. We definitely think there's continued room to grow as far as ratings overall. They're comparable with markets of our size across the league. There's also some other mitigating factors between Scripps and Comcast and availability of our games to all of our fans, which we are actively participating in those conversations and encouraging a better result, a better outcome there, so that more fans can see our games. We've been positively encouraged and pleased with the launch of SEG Plus and Mammoth Plus specifically, and a number of our fans that are watching there. And so, like anything else, we're gonna, just like we're going to push our results on the ice, we're going to push everywhere else to continue to grow our brand and continue to grow our following and our fan base.
Bill, you mentioned there's a lot of young guys fighting for roster spots in this training camp. Just did anybody stand out to you guys during the rookie showcase last week, and guys that you're expecting to try and make a leap here in training camp rookie-wise?
Well, I mean, it was great to see Teach Ginla back on the ice. He had a lot of pop in his step. He's trying to figure out his game, obviously, because he hadn't played in a long time. But it was just great to see him, and he's really made some strides. So it'll be interesting to see how he pushes. I thought Dmitry Simashev he was outstanding for us, big man. And sometimes it takes a while for those guys as they come over. Those guys haven't seen a lot of North American rinks and a lot of North American style hockey, so it's a little harder now for those guys and a little longer to adjust. But what I loved about what he did, he had great leadership too. He took control of that team, and he was a steady, big man out there that moved the puck. He created a little bit of offense at the same time. He was pretty good on his two-way game, so we're really excited about him. I thought Maverick Lamoureux had a nice, 2 games for us too. Some ups and downs, but you could see what he has, and he's going to take another step for us too. So, if you go to those camps, you want to know, I think, as a GM, that you got 1 or 2 pieces you're walking out with, and I thought we had more than that, and that was a positive aspect of that.
Chris, I'm wondering about retail jerseys. Will they be available for the start of the season still?
That's the plan, Brogan. Yeah, is to have them ready to roll, potentially as early as our preseason games on the 2nd and the 4th, respectively, but certainly for opening night. Yep.
Bill, going back to the goaltender situation, Veggie obviously last year carried a huge load down the stretch for you guys. What have you done to try and shore things up around him going into this season?
We brought Mr. Vanacek on board, and I think the one thing with him is, if you go back and look at his numbers that he had with New Jersey, he's trying to get back to that level, that he played at. He found himself in a good situation in Florida where, he played a few games here and there, and he backed up. He wants to push the pace and get back to where he thought, I guess, his high-end ceiling is, and I think he can do it. We talked a lot as we were recruiting him and in the free agent period to kind of take a step and see if he'd want to come in, and he liked the situation. And I think Veggie is great. Like the step that he took last year was incredible, and we're still hoping. I mean, his work ethic in the summer, you're always hoping he can take another step too, and he's come a long way, and he gives us a chance every single night. In the Delta Center, when they chant his name, I think it's a great thing. I think it brings our team to life, and along with that building. So he's done a nice job, and we like where he's at.
Chris, 1 year into this, what's been the most satisfying aspect of your position on the ice and away from the ice? What are you happy with most?
That's a great question, Matt. I think it's hard to quantify or distill it down to one thing on either side. I think for me, across the organization, it's from the hockey side and the business side of our operation, our broadcast team. Not because you're sitting here, but is the passion and commitment that everybody has shown to get this thing up and running and to make it have an impact in a short period of time. We've been clear about our process on the ice. It's an ongoing process. We're building towards sustained championship contending success. That takes time, right? And what I love about what everybody's brought to the table across the organization is the excitement and enthusiasm for building something new and building something meaningful to the people here in Utah to represent this state. We talked about it again in this meeting this morning with the players. There's so much pride here that Utah has an NHL team. We feel it. The people care. They show up. And as a tremendous source of motivation for everything that we do, to continue to push and to get better and to give that love and enthusiasm back to our fans and to the community. And there's so much more we can do, only being at it for a year. But buildings like we're sitting in will have a big impact on that and make a connection to the community, make an imprint on the community, grow the game here, and grow the passion for the game here. So I think that's probably the most satisfying thing overall for me. If I could bring it back to one singular point, it would be the impact that we're having on the community here and the demand and the interest for the game of hockey that we're creating here in Utah.
And speaking of building, Bill, I've watched you build the roster for several years now. July 1 comes around. You've always done it via trade. You're not a chasing the shiny object guy. You subtly go about building the roster. Those decisions, how important have they been to get you to where you are today?
Well, Chris talked a little bit about it. I mean, I think that we've done a very good job at sticking to the plan. I don't think that's always easy because I think sometimes, you're in the summer and, we want to take a step. We want to make that step, that big splash. And you look at some of those guys and, it's like $12 million, $14 million times, 6-7 years at times. And you're just like, oh, my God, like, you're enthused about it, but going down that road is not going to help us in the long run. A lot of those guys would be so old by the time our kids got to be good, it would throw us off. And so there's a little bit of discipline that has to go through that process. And I thought our staff has done a great job at putting guys on the table for us to trade. And us, with our amateur staff drafting well, we've had the prospects to go out and trade. And bring guys in. So it's been a nice little fit that keeps our group, relatively the same age, going in the same direction. And we haven't really got too deep into the prospects where we've, really cut into what's coming. And I think, I was talking about it earlier with one of our scouts, and he said, I said, our roster is, improved. We're talking about it. He goes, yeah, but there's more to come. And he's right. There's a lot more to come. There's some patience. You always, with young players, you always think, okay, it's going to take a year. But the truth is, it probably takes a year and a half, 2 years. It's a process that you have to go through. And if you think about Gunther's process that he's gone through, and now all of a sudden he's one of our better players, but it took a long time for him to get that consistency level and get where he is now. So that's the hard part is the patience level, because we're in win mode now. We want to take a step and make the playoffs. But I also like the fact that the Nate Schmidts of the world, the Tanevs of the world have come in and created a more competitive environment, a more competitive lineup, and now our kids have to even work harder to beat them out for jobs. So I really like where we're at, and I think there's a balance of our kids fighting their way in.
Yeah, I just to add to Bill's point, I think part of the culture that was established before we acquired the team that really Bill set the tone for from the top down is just the discipline that he talks about, the patience to make well-reasoned, disciplined decisions. And obviously winning drives everything, and it's tantalizing and tempting to push the lever, especially when you have as much immediate support and enthusiasm as we've received in this market. But sticking to the plan is the most important thing. And our fans will enjoy the steps that we take this year, but their patience will ultimately pay off down the road.
Bill, trying to move a franchise in a matter of months like you did last year, I know it was like drinking from a fire hose, I'm sure. Now that you've got another summer under your belt here in Utah, what are the advantages of the comfort of stability, so to speak, knowing that you know exactly what to expect, how to get to work every day, all
Yeah.
of those little things that can help out a team.
You know, you're right. Like, we all had our travel stories of coming in and kind of being displaced. You know, and when you hit the ground running, and it's kind of weird. The season starts and it just doesn't end. Like, it's just on every day and it goes by quick. And you're trying to get your feet underneath you. You're trying to get unpacked. You're trying to get all your stuff. So this year was an incredible year in the sense that, you know, Chris and his staff and everybody else got us moved in pretty quickly here. And we're all set up in our houses, and it feels like home. And Chris talked a little bit about the passion that our fans have. I feel like we've been here for 15 years. I look out and I see the fan base with the jerseys on and chanting. It's like, it's unbelievable how it's, you know, taken shape, and the passion for hockey here has been incredible. So it's, I think we are settled a little bit more, and the team's taken a step. So, you know, you're a little bit, you know, I would say we're anxious at this time in a good way. It's almost like it's the night before Christmas. You know, you want to see what's underneath the tree.
We won't know what to do with ourselves next year. We're not building another practice facility.
We're coming up on the 1-year mark of the Dylan Gunther contract, and I'm just wondering if Logan Cooley is going to do the same thing, or how close that is.
Yeah, it's a great question. You know, there's in that era of players being drafted around the same time as Mr. Cooley, nobody's really moved, you know, and I think there's been a patient level on the agent side where they're just like, hey, you know, we're just waiting to see the numbers where they're at, and I think, you know, because of the growth in the cap, they're a little bit scared to move first. We've had great conversations with Logan and his side, and they've been tremendously helpful and professional. And Logan, as a young man, has been nothing but great. So, you know, we'll move. There's no rush. You know, it's one of those things that'll happen. It's just at our time right now, there's nobody that's, you know, kind of made that step. And I think there's more data points to come in that will, I think, make the whole league feel better about the contracts that they're offering that era of player that got drafted at that time.
I'm just curious. Big season for Clayton Keller last year, becoming the first captain, 90 points, 60 assists. How does he build on that? And, you know, what kind of expectations do you guys both have for him this year?
Good question. That's a lot of points for a player to get. You know, it's a big impact that he had on our team. I think when you give somebody the captaincy, you have a pretty good general idea of how they're going to deal with it. I thought Kel's dealt with it great. He was a natural. He showed great leadership and was able to continue to do his job without the weight of the world on his back. And sometimes you don't know all that when you're making the captaincy. I think for him is staying at that level of execution and production, but still helping leading the team in different areas. Maybe it's on defense. Maybe it's blocking a shot. You know, there's different ways, and it's motivation for teammates, holding everybody to a higher standard in that locker room. I still think that there's more, and we talked about that as a group of getting to a higher level of commitment from our group and pushing that pace, and Kels is going to drive that bus for us. He's been a great leader. He's come a long way as a young man since I first met him, and he continues to take steps, but he's still got more to accomplish. It's the production in driving this club into the playoffs.
Yeah, man, I would echo Bill's sentiments. I think it was one of the most under the radar 90-point seasons in the league. And it's completely validated our belief that Kels would be able to handle the responsibility of being the captain. I commend him for the way that he handled the responsibility, the way that he reached out for guidance and help and support in that role. And the way that he handled the moments throughout the season where maybe things weren't necessarily going the way he would like them for himself personally, but was still able to be the leader that we needed him to be, and find his game through those tougher moments. So, you know, look, we hope he can repeat and improve upon his production, but sometimes there's more value in what he can do as a leader and how he can help us to move this group forward and get more out of everybody else. So we're also looking for that.
Bill, how do you see and evaluate the preseason and young players in these exhibitions?
Well, it's going to change to next year where we get 4 exhibition games. We're fortunate to have 8. I think it's a great reward for a young player to come into camp and get an exhibition game. So you put him in those situations and see what he can do, and everybody's different, but it's really good in the sense that you're putting him against other NHL players, and he's playing with NHL players, so you can kind of see what he can become also. But you get really good reads, and sometimes they surprise you. Sometimes you leave that rink going, hey, he's got a chance to make our team. So I think with the training, the way things have changed behind the scenes with the young players, the strength and what's available for them, I think they closed the gap. Maybe not mentally as much, but physically, it's pretty impressive. If they're due diligent, working their way up through their draft years and into junior years, they can come in here and push the pace for a job.
We haven't had the chance to ask you guys about the new CBA yet. Is there anything that either of you really like or really disagree with the new CBA?
Brogan's setting the trap for us here.
Yeah, that is a trap question. I thought Gary and Bill did a great job, and here we go.
Yeah, I don't think, based on the league did a great job of communicating through the process of how those conversations were going. So there weren't any surprises. And look, the responsibility of the NHL, all of the clubs and the PA is to grow the revenue of the game, right? If we do that, everybody wins.
It's an Olympic year, and you guys might have some players leaving in February. How does that impact this season overall?
Great question. You get excited for the player because they get to represent their country. You get nervous for our organization and franchise in the sense that, they don't come to you and say, oh, my God, he played so well for, Team Czech and drove him right to the gold medal game and then broke his leg, and then you don't get to use him for the rest of the year. So you're always nervous as a GM, especially the way they played that the Four Nations. They were throwing bombs and punches, and it was on, and those are superstars in the game. So you just, obviously you get concerned, but it's a great honor. I know it's affected in a positive way our players when they went home for the summer. Like they had it in the back of their mind, like, hey, I'm going to push here. The Coolies of the world, the Kellers, the Gunthers, you never know. They're saying in the back of their mind, hey, I play well enough. I should be considered. I know with Cools and Kells, they went to the World Championships for USA and won it, which they hadn't won in, I don't know, was it 90-something years, something crazy. And that they left a mark on Team USA. So I know that they had it in the back of their mind. They want to make the club, and we support that, and we wish them the best with that. And it is quite an honor.
Bill's right. It's a bit of a trade-off. But we saw through Four Nations last year what a moment that was for the game of hockey. And for the NHL, and we hope the Olympics will be the same. And obviously, selfishly here in Salt Lake for 2034, we hope that the NHL's participation in the Olympics again is a huge success, and that we are hosting NHL players at the 2034 Olympics here at Delta Center. So,
fairly loaded question. You're stepping into year 2, and I'm just curious, how did hockey coming to Utah positively impact your lives?
It's a good question. That is deep. I'm gonna go first, and Chris kind of touched it on a little bit. It's like we're into the community. 4th of July. I live outside of Yale Crest there, and you go up there, and they're having watermelon eating contests with the kids. It's unbelievable. Like, it's been such a great effect on us of being in the community with the people. I love the fact that Utah has 85 kids at the bus stop. When you go by, it's just amazing to me, and just being in the neighborhood and getting to know people. When you go to eat somewhere, they're constantly asking about hockey, and I think it's been such a great thing for us on our side, just how well we were welcomed. People in Utah, they were unbelievable to us, like not only to us but to our players. Like the kindness and the interest level they have in the hockey club. It's just been amazing for us to live here and work in that community. You couldn't get any better. Like it's been special for us. I think reversing that question a little bit is when I look outside and I see those 2 rinks, the impact that's going to have on the community is going to be massive for the kids. It's going to be unbelievable.
Yeah, and for me, it's the opportunity to pour everything you have every day into the thing that you love the most. And to be able to do it with people who have dedicated their entire life to the same thing that you love. And every day we're building, which is an exceptional and privileged place to be, to build something from the ground up, and to do it for a community who has embraced it and welcomed it and is so passionate about it as the fans have been here. It's a responsibility we take very seriously, and it's a great privilege and one we're very grateful for.
Chris, I know we'll talk about this facility later on this afternoon, but wanted to ask you about the changes to the Delta Center this year and kind of what you're most excited about those changes that may help the hockey team from the business side or the on-ice side.
Well, look, I hope it's first and foremost helps us from a competitive standpoint. The changes that we've made to the lower bowl, adding just over 1,000 seats, very steep angles with the state-of-the-art riser system, is going to make it an even more intimidating place to play than it was last year. And I think as we went through last season and adjusted to playing in that environment ourselves and became more comfortable in understanding how to use that to our advantage, you started to see that, certainly in the second half of the season. And I think having established that and now going into an environment that's going to be even louder, it's going to feel even more intimate, fans even more on top of the action, end zones that are full of fans. We hope that gives us a boost, especially during the dog days of the season, when you need that little bit of extra push. From a revenue perspective, obviously, you can appreciate what bringing those seats online for us does. We've got a lot of work to continue to do in the building over the next few summers, but we're excited. I think we're going to have a premier venue for NHL hockey without compromising anything about the basketball experience. And we're going to be known for being, hopefully, the loudest building in the NHL and the hardest building to play in. It gets me very excited to think about what a playoff atmosphere in that building could look like based on just, some of the atmospheres on a Monday night or a Tuesday last year and what that brought. So can't wait to get back there.
Hockey side, we're spoiled by having that fan base in there. But I think some of the upgrades with the dehumidifiers and the ice quality is going to really help us out too. Obviously, it was the first year, and everything was, hey, let's get it done. Let's put it together. I think it's going to be an elite venue with the new ice quality we can have in there. So that's going to be great on the hockey side of it.
All right, thank you guys.
That's it.
Coach here momentarily.
Cole had the deep question, huh?
we've talked about the competition coming into camp with Bill and Chris.
Yeah.
What will it take for a player to make this team this year, despite being a returner or a new player?
I need to be one of the top 20 or top 23. I think competition, improvement of our team, like I said, it's coming from within first. That's the first thing we expect. We expect our player to be better. We expect our player to be more mature, to understand more, a little bit the complex situation. That's one. Two, we had great addition who will create even more competition in the team. And we have young player who are really talented, who hopefully will push for a spot in the team. And from there, that create a really good competition. We can call that a problem, but it's a really good problem to have. I think that's what we expect for. That's what great team, great organization wants to have, and we're at that point.
What's the energy you're feeling around this group now that it is officially training camp starting today?
I think, like I said, every year, obviously, training camp, you feel some excitement. But there's excitement and hope. That's what we had before. I feel right now it's excitement and confidence. Confident in knowing what's the task ahead, what we need to do to succeed in our task, and what has to be done. So there's a different level of confidence. I think we're really comfortable in our skin. We're really comfortable of who we are as a team, and we're confident.
Veggie for you guys took on a huge load late in the season at goaltender. What are your thoughts kind of on where the position is at going into the season? Obviously, Veggie's your number one guy, and you brought in some help for him. How do you feel about that position right now?
I feel really good. I think we have two good veterans. I think Veggie's been really good for us, not just last year, in the past couple of years. Obviously, last year he had a even better season, but he had a better team in front of him as well. So he showed us he can win games. He can show up for us some night when we struggle and win the game for us. And I think as well he showed us he can bounce back. He showed he can be consistent. So he proved a lot to himself and to everybody last year. But adding a guy like Vitek with us will help a lot. It's another guy who has experience, who's been number one in the league, who's been a backup in the league, who won the championship, who's been in a really good team. So he will add a lot to our team.
You only missed the playoffs by the equivalent of 4 wins last year. What's it going to take to get those 4 wins this year?
Yeah, I thought you will tell me what it's going to take. I will have to say 4 wins. But if you look all our underlying numbers in terms of performance, if you want, really, if you go in the number of quality of shot we gave, or possession we gave, or we had, and etc., really good. That's not what has to really improve. Obviously, you want to improve it. That's the obvious, but it's not where the difference will be. Difference will be in our consistency. Difference will be in our mental toughness and being able to stay in the moment in big game, in big situation, being able to stay composed. Those are the 2 words that are important for us: the consistency and the mental toughness. Being able to stay in the moment, to not be fazed by a moment, and being able to just be patient. And again, patient doesn't mean you're not aggressive. Doesn't mean you're not hard on the puck here. It doesn't mean you sit back. But it means though you're composed in your decision. You're level-headed, and you're capable of performing on tough situation.
What are your thoughts on this new facility?
You will see. That's absolutely unbelievable. It's tough to. You will see it this afternoon how crazy it is. It's unbelievable. Everywhere it's unbelievable. It's, inside our organization we have people who've been around. It's not their first barbecue, and they're looking around and they're kind of, wow, that's unreal. So it's really unbelievable.
I'm curious, a big season for Clayton Keller, obviously becoming captain last year, 90 points, 60 assists, career year. How does he build on that, and what are your expectations as his coach?
That's one guy I will never bet against. I think he had 3 career high in the last 5 years. So he's consistently improving, consistently getting better. He's never satisfied. You ask him about his last season or it's never enough. He wants more. He believed in himself. I believe in him. We believed in him as an organization, and he's a perfect example for us as an organization, because we have the mentality of always look to get better. Continuous improvement is something that's huge for us. We want competitiveness, want continued improvement, and Cal's is the poster boy for that.
Just, you have a lot of young, talented players coming into this training camp that are fighting for roster spots. As a coach, what are some of the things that you're looking for from those guys that are trying to fight for those roster spots?
Consistency and mental toughness will be the theme for everybody. I think, there's no such thing than not being able to improve at that level. You know what I mean? Ian Cole is what? I don't even know, 35 or something like that. We expect him to be even more mature, even more consistent. I'm at my age. I expect myself. It started with me. I expect myself to be more consistent, to be more even killed than last year. That's for everyone in the organization. It's not just for Clayton Keller or for the young player or for no. It's everybody. We expect to take another step in our execution at every level of the organization.
I'll ask another one. I'll ask one more. Oh.
Bears, the roster continues to evolve and gets deeper and deeper. How important is it for certain players to evolve with it? For example, maybe somebody that had a more prominent role earlier now taking more of a team role.
It's a good question, Mac, but everybody has to take more of a team role. And I'm not saying the guys didn't. I want to make that clear. But in order to get to the next level, it's really important we do it as a team. It's together, everyone achieve more. That's exactly that has to be. There is nobody who will bring us in the playoff. We need to do it together. We need to do it as a team, and everybody has to involve it. To your point, I think if you look from 2 years ago to last year, that happened. Role change, ice time change, new player arrive, the deck was shoveled a little bit, and it created a little bit, the boat rocked a little bit, not in terms of attitude, not inside of the room, or not, the boys were unbelievable, but still when you play 17 minutes for the last 2-3 years and you drop at 14 and a half or something like that, it's an adjustment just in your game, in your momentum of the game, etc. And that been something last year. A lot of guys had to go through that. Some overcome it, some didn't. So some decision had to be made according to that. But the most important thing is now our team's been through it. That doesn't mean it won't happen again. It will happen again. If you look last year, there's some guys who lost some role, special team or end of the game or penalty killing. There's all thing that happened during a long season, and it will happen again. Sometimes it's because someone just performed better than you. It's not because you're not performing, but you just make a step and perform better than you. That will happen. But everybody has to be able to be commit to the team and accept the situation and make sure they tune in on their role.
You mentioned that team needs to be tougher in certain circumstances, things along those lines. Is that something that as a coach you can develop, or is it something that they're just born with, that they just need the experience to come with? Is it just part of your DNA?
Yeah, it depends about if you talk about mental toughness or physical toughness. Physical toughness, I think there can be some improvement, but you are who you are and stuff like that. But mental toughness, I think it can come with maturity, with the growth, with the conscious effort of improving it, and I think that's what has to be. I think I really believe that you can learn that. I will just take my own experience, how I react as a coach in 2000 and in Game 7 versus how I control myself. Now it's different. I just learned to. The thing you need, a player needs to understand, and everybody needs. You don't become less nervous. You're not. That's not true. It's, talking to John Madden last year was talking about won 3 Stanley Cup. One he was really young, the other one he was still pretty young, and the last one he was at the end of his career. And it was saying, someone said, you probably were way less nervous at the last one. I said, no, I was, year by year, I was even more nervous because I knew how hard it was to get there. So I knew the stake way more. But he said the difference is I knew how to deal with the stress. I knew how to perform under pressure. And in a certain way, I was confident. I had stress, but I was confident. When I was young, I didn't understand how big it was, and the stress was getting into me. But at the end, I knew how to manage the stress and how to be mentally tougher, go through adversity, injury, long season, the grind of season. That stuff you can learn.
Coach, with it being an Olympic year this next year, there's some unique opportunities potentially for some of your players. How have you noticed with Clayton and Logan being invited to the Olympic orientation camp, their exposure to the national team? How has that helped, if at all, with their leadership capabilities? With
I've always been a big believer, like I just mentioned, when you play in those tough situation, pressure situation, you learn from there. Sometimes you learn what you should have not done. You learn from your mistake, and you learn from others, you know. So from Kels and Cools being at the World Championship and winning the gold medal, that's huge because they succeed in the elimination game. They had 3 elimination games. They had to overcome and win those 3 games to win the championship. So those were pressure, and it was noticed by the U.S. Olympic Committee, and they were part of the orientation camp, and that helped them. That's part of the growth. When I talked earlier about there's a lot of growth inside our room, that is one example of, okay, Kels was the captain of the team who won the gold for the first time in years. So that's good. That we like the fact our captain was capable of leading the team who won the gold, and it was good for Cools to live that experience and have a key role in that team. And I think that experience, you cannot buy that. And those guys had a big bag of that during that tournament.
Curious, are there any injuries going into training camp?
Yeah, Obi's out for week to week, lower body. There's a few. Goldschmidt is hurt. Desnoyers is hurt. Valley is hurt, and Thornton, the goalie. Those are. Am I right? I forget anybody? I don't think so. Yeah. Not months, but weeks to weeks.
And Schmidt is day-to-day, week to week.
Who?
Schmidt, you said?
No.
Oh, sorry. Who did you
Goldschmidt. Goldschmidt.
Okay.
You need to learn the Franglish.
Wanted to ask about the additions to this team, Peterka, Tanev, et cetera. What you think that they will bring that was different than last year?
All a little bit different, all of them. I think Nate brings a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of leadership, a lot of experience on the back end, and obviously a championship pedigree, which is great. He's been around. Yeah, he had opportunity to be in a really good team in Wash, to be in Vegas when they went in the final, playing in Winnipeg for a long time. So he's been in really good team, in really good situation. He's coming with us with a lot of confidence towards his last season, and he will bring a lot of leadership. He's a good puck mover as well. In terms of Tanev, he's a guy as well who's been around, who's been in a really good team. Hungry to win a championship, and he brings a lot of energy, physicality, really reliable defensively, that kind of stuff. And if we talk about JJ's a young offensive talent will be a threat with his speed, his competitiveness, his skill level. So it's really exciting to have a player like him in our top 6 and kind of a boost our offense.
Thank you, Bear.
Thank you, guys.
doing?
Good, good. Good, really good, yeah.
Welcome back.
Oh, thanks.
With the new season starting, lots of competition at camp, what are you seeing as the energy, and what are you expecting out of the level of competition here in these next few weeks?
Yeah, in terms of the energy, I think it's been pretty contagious. Majority of the guys from last year have been around for the last 2 weeks, and you can just really feel the positive energy, especially walking into our new home here with our practice facility, and then just seeing the amount of numbers today, and everyone's looking really good and ready to compete. And at the end of the day, that's what it's going to take to build a championship team, and that competition goes far. So we're all looking forward to it. Seems like everyone had great summers, and can't wait to get going.
And for you, how did you spend your summer? What did you focus on, and how do you feel coming into this camp?
Yeah, I feel really good. Obviously at the end of each year, you kind of go through and pick some things that you would like to focus on individually. And for me, that was just my individual puck skills and making plays in tight situations. And cardio was another big thing that I focused on. Obviously with the elevation and the schedule this year with pretty much playing every other day, I think recovery, cardio is going to go a long way.
We've heard a lot about the buzz around this building that we're in now. Where would you kind of rank it among the facilities that you've seen in the league, and what's kind of the buzz going around the league about it?
Yeah, it's top notch. Like you guys probably haven't had the chance to walk through everything yet, but it's unbelievable, and just the commitment to everyone, not only the players but the staff, the medical guys. I've said it a few times. The medical guys are a big reason of why we're able to do what we're able to do on a daily basis, and their area is top notch. So just everything that was promised got done, and got done above and beyond, and just feel very lucky and honored and proud to be a part of this.
Just talked to Bear, and he said that last year's energy was more excitement with hope, while as this year's energy is more excitement with confidence.
Yeah.
What gives this team confidence?
Well, I think if you take a look at the way that we played coming down the stretch last year, I think that gave us hope last year, and now we're turning that hope into confidence, like Bear said, and our expectations are way higher. Everyone's are way higher. We're demanding as much as we possibly can out of each and every one of us. That's going to ultimately lead to the team's success, and that's what it's about. And like I said, you can feel that positive energy, and it's definitely contagious throughout our locker room right now.
Last season, you had shared that you had some moments of self-reflection, and then you're able to finish stronger. How do you build off of that and kind of bounce back this season?
Yeah, great question. I think just learning from it, I think that's a big thing, and then doing whatever you can, whatever it takes to not let it happen again. And the mental side of the game was also another thing that I needed to work on a lot. I've said it before. I'm the hardest person on myself that I can be, and sometimes that works in the opposite direction. And I think the biggest step for me was recognizing that, and then learning. You can go down two roads. The one that's makes excuses and just thinks it's going to be easier, or you can go down the other road, which is correcting your mind, getting into a healthy spot, and demanding more from yourself. And that's the road I'm going down. I've put a lot of work into that, and it feels good coming into a fresh start, and can't wait to get going here and showing everyone what I'm truly capable of.
Lawson, the team made a bunch of acquisitions in the offseason, guys like J.J. Paterka, Chris Tanev, Nate Schmidt. Have you talked to them at all?
Yeah.
And what's the message been between you guys, and what do they bring to the team?
Yeah. They like I said, the majority of everyone's been kind of around the last two or so weeks, and just bringing in those guys like Schmidt's coming off a fresh Stanley Cup championship, and just having that wisdom about what it takes. Like, you look at the Florida Panthers and how they play as a team, and you try and replicate that as much as you can within your own structure of your team. So just having like inputs and being able to learn from them, it's huge. Like, I'm now going on a bunch of years in the league, and I feel like I've gone through a lot of ups and downs, but everyone's story is a little bit different, and being able to learn from each guy is huge. And you get a guy like Tanev, and you can tell right away he's just a high energy guy, and the one thing about our team is we've built throughout the years a great tight-knit group, and we demand a lot out of each other. And from early on with having these guys around, it feels like they're just blending right in, which is huge, and we'll just take our team to another level.
Lawson, over the last year and a half since you guys arrived here, it seems like you've been asked multiple times about the little milestones along the way with establishing a new franchise in a new market, the practice facility being the latest. When you arrived here a year and a half ago, just to reflect on everything that's happened over this time, is there anything that surprises you about how quickly things have come together and where they're at now compared to maybe the vision you had when you first got here?
Yeah, for sure. It feels like so much has happened in a year and a half, and when they brought us into the practice rink a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, it was like a shock to be like, okay, I was here a year ago in August for the groundbreaking project, and now I'm standing here a year later looking at this beautiful facility that's gone so above and beyond anyone's imaginations. It's just, I think it just speaks volume to the Smiths of, from the first time they met us, they sat us down, they had a casual conversation with us, and they said this is what our plans are going to be, and they got it done. And it means so much to, not only the players and the staff that I mentioned, but our families. And everything just feels so right here. And, like I said, I'm just honored to be a part of it.
Lawson, you've been a great leader throughout the course of your career, also as evident by the nickname that the boys call you. But curious as to if you can give us a peek behind the curtain as to how you lead and how you aim to be a continued leader for this group this season.
Yeah, I think, leadership is one of those things that, for me and the way that I lead it, it just comes naturally as, who I am as a person. But ultimately, just like your game, you need to continue to strive to be better in each and everything. And with that said, that includes leadership. And, there's areas of my leadership that I want to continue exploring and get better at. And, sometimes I can be a little bit too nice, where I realize that, and sometimes I need to be a little bit more hard on certain guys and at times. But like, to answer your question in a nutshell, I think for me, it just comes naturally as who I am as a person, how I was raised, and I just try and put the work in and put the best foot forward each and every day, and hope that's contagious throughout the group.
All right, thank you, Lawson.
Okay, thanks, guys. Yeah, welcome back, everyone.
welcome back. Another year here in Utah for you. Before we go into the season, what did you work on this off season? Where were you training, and how do you feel coming into this year's training camp?
I feel great. I think it's the longest off season I've ever had in my career. So I training in Edmonton, switched trainers this year. So I think just focusing on speed and strength, obviously, but also staying healthy component. I think going through my first full season, I think I understand what I have to do every day to make sure that I can, be healthy to play at my best. So that's definitely one of my goals this year is to play every game, and I feel good heading in.
A lot of momentum around the team, a new practice facility, some free agency additions. When you're in that room with all these guys on this first day of camp, what are you feeling out of the excitement surrounding this team internally?
Yeah, I think excitement, that's it. I think it's a little bit, different this year, obviously, with the new rink and the new name and everything, but there's a little more expectations on us. I think last year, we knew that we were good, but I guess maybe the rest of the league, didn't really know. But I think now it's just a matter of doing what we can, for 60 minutes every game.
Are you big into setting like personal goals for a season? And if so, is there anything that you've set for this year?
Yeah, I got my own goals for sure. I think, like I said earlier, like staying healthy is a big one. But the collective goal is to make the playoffs. I think if I play well and do my part, with team success comes individual success. And I think if we get into the playoffs, then that'll be a successful season for myself.
What feels better, a hole-in-one or a top-shelf one-timer?
Both pretty good. I've definitely scored maybe more one-timers than hole-in-ones. That was my first one Friday, so probably the highlight of the summer. Fun to do it with, we had the two groups going at a super nice course and kind of saw it trickle in, so it was pretty cool.
Yeah, speaking of that, I saw all your teammates were there. How close is this group?
Yeah, it's close. Brotherhood, family. I think we spent so much time together, and I don't know. As I've kind of grown up throughout the years and gotten older, it's kind of been like a pretty similar course. I think I've gotten close with a bunch of guys, and we do a really good job, integrating other people into our team and into what we want to do.
You mentioned the speed and strength, new trainer. Where do you think that will make the biggest impact on the ice, especially, 5-on-5?
I think, down low, I think holding on to pucks down low, getting inside more. I think scoring, greasier goals, scoring more in tight, just finding – that's what I'm good at is, shooting it and, finding different ways to score and being more well-rounded that way.
So Logan's now in the position that you were in last year. Have you guys talked at all? Have you given him any advice of do's and don'ts for contract kind of stuff?
No. He's a really good player. I think it's not something that is taking up your full capacity. It's exciting. I think, growing up, you love hockey and you want to play hockey, and, to be in the position that you're in, you're super fortunate. So I think just be grateful for everything that you've earned, but also that the people around you have helped you with.
In the offseason, JJ Peterka got brought in from Buffalo. Have you gotten a chance to talk with him at all? And just what is he going to do for the offense of this team?
Yeah, absolutely. I think just another punch that he brings, another really good young player, a ton of speed, a good shot. I think fits the way we play. We play fast, we play with a lot of pace, and I think to add another young player who's continuing to get better and grow to what we already have is huge.
And then on the other end, you get guys like Tanev, Nate Schmidt, guys that have a lot of playoff experience, adding on to the guys that joined the locker room last year that were playing for Stanley Cups and whatnot. What does that do for the group to have that veteran leadership in the room?
I think the management and everyone has done a really good job of integrating the younger guys and bringing in old players to kind of mentor them and, learn from them. I think Tanev and Schmitty both bring out a lot of juice, a lot of energy. They're fun guys to be around, and I like to have fun around the rink. So I think it's great to bring in people who want to be there and want to have fun around the team. And it'll be a good year.
You guys missed the playoffs by only 7 or 8 points last season. After that, does this year feel different? Is there a different determination amongst the group?
Yeah, I think there is. Ever since I've gotten drafted here, the team's gotten better every single year, and I think the goal this year is to make the playoffs. We played in the meaningful games or whatever, and when the game's on the line. And I think as the year went on, we got better in those games, more composed. I think it just comes with time and experience. But I think when we play our game the way we can, we're a really good team. So just adding that consistency level is huge.
Big question. Are you still living with Jack McBain?
I'm actually not living with Boehner anymore. It feels like a divorce a little bit. But no, we split up, and I'm living in a condo. I stayed here for a little bit after the season, and I was living in this place, so I like it there. We still hang out. He's been kind of texting me weird things lately, like showing me pictures of his new shoes. It's like, I don't want to see your new shoes, So I think he's getting a little bored, but no, we still hang out. I go to his house, play ping pong. The facility here is so good that we can stay here for a lot of the time, so it's good. Thanks.
How's it going, guys? Good.
Let's start off with, how do you feel coming into this year's training camp, and what did you focus on this summer?
Feel good. One, healthy, which was important for me. Obviously, going through serious injury like that last year, main focus was kind of just getting back to myself. For the first month or so, that was the focus, and then, the benefit of, having that long off season is I was able to parlay it with a good off season after that. Not only coming back to where I was at, but even better than that. So, took advantage of it. Spent a lot of days training, a lot of hard days at work, but you do it for this reason, and now we're here. So it's hopefully pays off this year.
What do you think is the motivation and the message that's driving this year's group, especially at training camp?
Yeah, so obviously we're in a new facility. You kind of see the quality of it, the expectation of where we are as a team and where we have to be. It's a new name, it's a new team, it's a new expectation. We come in here, this is the standard. It's the standard we have for ourselves, and it needs to be raised higher than ever. You can tell right away just from meetings this morning and the way we've been talking to each other the last couple of weeks, being together. It's we expect a lot out of ourselves. We're putting that pressure on ourselves, and we believe we have the group and the guys to step forward and step up to it. So it's an exciting year.
Brendan Tanev was saying that you guys go back a ways. What's your relationship like, and what was your reaction when they signed him?
Yeah, it's funny. We spent the summers training together up in Toronto at Gary Roberts with a really good group. I met him right away and kind of saw the energy he brings off, what he brings to the table on and off the ice. He's an unbelievable guy to have in the room. I really can't say enough good things about him. It's a weird dynamic in the gym because you want to ask guys who are coming up on contracts, what are they thinking, where they're going, but you respect their privacy. They make decisions for themselves and for what's best for them and their careers, their families, and whatnot. So when he signed, I was pumped. We laughed about it. I remember I came in. It was early. It was 6 a.m. and he's already on the turf stretching out, and I ran over and gave him a huge hug, and we were laughing about it. But couldn't be happier to have him. I think he's a really good addition, not only on the ice but off the ice. He's an energy and passion that our group is only going to feed off of, and I think he's a great fit here.
Does Tanev have the best headshot in the league?
He has the scariest headshot in the league for sure. No, I mean it's always wherever he goes, it's a big talking point. We did some media and got to mimic it, and I don't think I'm as scary as he is, but looks nuts. He's actually a great guy, but he looks crazy.
Defensively, you guys are a lot deeper than you were last year. Just curious, how much better is the blue line, and what is that going to do for this team?
Yeah, so you look at our blue line, and not only are we a talented group or a skilled group in a sense, and when I say skill, I don't only mean offensively. I mean in both ways. I think there's a lot of defensive skills that guys have that bring to the table. But anyways, besides the fact, I think we're an experienced group. For myself, another year older, another year gone through some crazy experiences last year, another year in the league. But bringing guys in, Schmitty just winning a championship. We have guys who've lifted Stanley Cups on our back end more than guys who haven't. So that's a big group, a very experienced group. We have a lot of young guys pushing for jobs, and I think the competitiveness is only going to push us to the next level and help everybody in the situation. That's all you could ask for as a player. And not only that, the side that you guys don't get to see, it's a good group. Good guys so far feeding off each other's energy pretty well. I think that's important, makes it so much easier to play, and I think that's something that I'm looking forward to.
Year 2 here in Utah, but you guys get a couple of big upgrades facility-wise. Just your thoughts on this place here, down here in the south part of the valley, and then just how excited are you for the new look that you'll see on the ice at the Delta Center?
Yeah, we've talked about it so many times from day one. It's the ownership, President Chris Armstrong, everybody from management, everyone's all in, and it's that commitment to us as players raises our standard of play and our standard of life to where we now have everything we need to succeed. There's no excuse for us, really. It's up to us to kind of take what they've shown us. They've really shown the commitment, and they're all in that we need to be better, and we'll be playing better because of it. Obviously, it's state-of-the-art stuff. It's everything you could ask for and more. I'm sure it's going to be a selling point for many players in the league. It's a beautiful facility. I'm excited to see the new Delta Center and what they've done there. But from day one, they've been, nothing but committed to us and shown us that they're here to help us succeed. And we take that as players, and we do the best we can.
You mentioned the step forward you guys want to take as a group. Is that just playoffs? Is that what we're talking about here? Is there some other way you want to improve?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, we want to lift the Stanley Cup. You play. I think I'm going into my. Yeah, it feels like a lot of seasons, and you want to get back. I've played in the playoffs, but I want to get back and not only play, but I want to win. I think the motivation you get as a player is tough to explain. Watching another team lift the Stanley Cup, and then to see a team do it twice, and you haven't experienced that, it fuels you. So it's, in a sense, motivating to win. We come in to win. You're a professional athlete. Nobody's here to just play and have fun. I mean, what we go through along the way, the hard work, the suffering, all that stuff, we consider fun. I guess that's why we're here. But in the end, we play to win. And to win the Stanley Cup is the goal. And that starts from game one, from day one, and go from there. It's bringing that consistency every single day, that same mentality, the sense of maturity where we can show that we've grown from past experiences and go from there. But I think using our experiences and having the goal to win the Stanley Cup is where you start. And like I said,
Sean, expectations are higher. That means pressure's probably a little bit higher. But how do you get the pressure side of it to work for you and the group?
It's a cliche quote, but pressure really is a privilege. In a sense where if I was coming in here today and our only expectation was to grow as a team and, wherever we end up, but you don't want that. You want the expectation to win. You want the pressure to win. It's why you do it, and it's what makes winning feel so good, is having that pressure and, rising up to the occasion. Every guy in our room obviously has gotten to this point because they've had some sort of pressure in their lives and they've been able to deal with it. Nobody has gone and played to this level and not felt that pressure. So you almost start to grow from it and, get fueled from it. I think having that is what a player is asking for. And as a team, you get that from, top to bottom. Ownership coming in, showing us, setting the table for us, and then obviously our president, management, coaching staff, everybody's setting the table for us to have that pressure, and now it's up to us. It's really what we do, how we control ourselves, how we conduct ourselves, how we show that what we've gone through in the past is going to help us grow as a team and as individuals, and use that experience from there to rise to the occasion. Thank you, Sean. Yeah, thanks, guys. Great to see everyone again.
Clayton, welcome back to this season. Welcome back to training camp. As this group heads in with a lot of momentum surrounding the name, the facility, the strong first year in Utah, what excites you the most about this opportunity for this group heading into year 2 here in Salt Lake?
Yeah, it's nice to kind of know Utah a little bit. Last year, a lot of just unknowns with everything, the move, where we were playing, things like that. So it's definitely nice to be settled in, and we have such an amazing group of guys. Even the management, coaches, it's just a special group, and you could tell there's a lot of excitement this year. And we're settled. We have a team name, practice rank, like everything just came into place perfectly. So we're all super excited.
As a team, you've added a little more offensive punch up front coming into this season. How do you think that'll help the team? Because you had moments there last season where you had droughts and it was just kind of hard to come up with goals at different times.
Yeah, for sure. Adding, all the guys we added in free agency and JJ as well, like super skilled player. He's really going to help our group. Young guy, thinks the game really well. We've got to skate with him a couple times, and he's been very good. And it's just another element, another scoring winger that is really going to help. It's tough to score goals in this league, and anytime you can add a guy that can do it, it's huge. And he's really going to help us out.
How did the Olympic orientation camp go, and what's it going to take for you to make that team?
Yeah, it was great. Good to see a lot of familiar faces, things like that. But yeah, I've just always focused on, the season and, playing my game and just kind of letting the rest take care of itself. It's not something that I'm stressed about or anything like that. Obviously, I want to be a part of that team, and, I'm just going to let my play do the talking.
Talked to Bear, and he said that last year's energy was more excitement with hope, whereas this year's just more excitement with confidence. What gives you and this team confidence?
Yeah, I don't know. I just think being settled. We've kind of been around each other a while now. Our team in particular, same coaches, for a little bit as well. So yeah, it's just a fun group to be a part of, and you could tell each year we're just getting closer and closer, and guys are a year older, just maturity, consistency, like things that we talk about that we want to do every single night. And it takes time. As a young player, I could remember when I was playing in my first couple of years, like to really get it, it takes some time, and it doesn't just happen overnight. Like you have to experience the season and the grind and things like that.
Stepping into year 2 now, just curious, how has this move to Utah and the NHL coming to Utah positively impacted your life?
Well, that's a good question. Yeah, it's. I mean, Ryan and Ashley Smith, Chris Armstrong. Since day one, they've been amazing people. Made us feel at home from day one, given us every resource. I could go down the list of things that they've done for us, and we're so thankful for them. And we can focus on hockey and nothing else, and grow the game here in Utah, and build a special relationship with the community, and really growing the game here. So just super thankful for I couldn't have asked for a better place to be, and the people that I'm surrounded with.
Mentioned the strides you took as a young player, as now you're captain, and with Logan and Dylan, what are you hoping to see with their strides and growth in their game, and as they, have a year or two under their belts?
Yeah, for sure. I think both of those guys are unbelievable players, and I think it's nice too for guys like that to see guys that are maybe a couple years older than them, and how they kind of go about their business. And I think that's something that's nice with our group. We have kind of guys that are only a couple years older and have been through, different experiences, and see how we go about our day, things like that. But both of those guys are so good, and are only getting better. I think it helps too, and the team's competitive, and you're fighting for to win every single night. So it's definitely great to have those guys, and they've just learned so quick just on everything really.
Career season for you last year with in terms of assists and points, and then as well first season as captain. How do you build on that? How do you get better? How do you become more effective?
Yeah, I think just continuing, doing what I'm doing. Obviously, leadership-wise, I'm going to get better every single year. It's something that, I don't take lightly, and I put a lot of work into. But, on the ice, I think I worked on my game a lot this summer. The last 3-4 years, I've really taken the time to, work on my game and focus on specific things and not just like going out there to like skate. Like I'm actually working on something that's going to happen in the season, game 1 to 82 to playoffs, like just like those reps and touches that I get a lot, just becoming more efficient, more smooth, more deceptive, things like that. So that's something that I've been able to really hone in on the last like couple of years.
At NHL Media Day, you were able to put on the new sweater. Just curious, how did the new threads feel?
Yeah, it was awesome. I think the jerseys look amazing and the logo and everything. Like, got a lot of comments on it at the media tour, so it's cool to wear it, and I'm looking forward to wearing it. Game 1.
You mentioned earlier some of the vets that have come in, JJ Peterka as well, coming in via trade. Just what have you been able to talk about with them, and what's the message been to them and maybe from them? Have they had any thoughts for you coming in?
Yeah, they've all been super excited to come here, and obviously when we signed them or got them via trade, I talked to them a little bit just with living. If you ever need anything, let me know. I know it can, be a lot if you get traded or signed somewhere else. You kind of don't know what to expect. But all the guys were super excited to join our group. They loved our team, how we played, coaching staff, things like that. And I'm sure it helps to see the practice rink too. A lot of guys kind of saw that. So yeah, great guys to have, and they're all super excited about being here, and can't wait to get started.
The captain last year, Clayton, curious as to if you learned anything about yourself through the good moments, the not so good moments as with the team. You've been a great leader throughout your career on the ice and off of it, obviously too. But just curious, some of the things you've worked on and maybe what you learned about yourself last year.
Yeah, I think coming in, I always, wasn't the most vocal guy, but over the years, I think I've taken strides in that, and my approach as well. I think early on I was pretty intense, and maybe it came out the wrong way. I've probably said this before, but just my message and what I'm wanting to say. I'm just so competitive, and at times I kind of would let my emotions get the best of me, and not because it's coming from the wrong place, just because I'm so competitive. And I think that's something over the last couple of years I've been able to communicate better with my teammates, and as opposed to like screaming or anything, just kind of like talking to them and going through it. But I think there is a time for both, and that's something that I'm proud of, and I'm gonna get better at as well.
Welcome back. An
you.
exciting time, lots of momentum coming into year 2 here in Utah. How do you, the leadership group, and really the whole team feel that this can be a year to take that next step?
I don't know. I really don't think about that. Just every summer you try to get better at your game and come in and hope your teammates did the same. And, I came in this year like 2 weeks ago and I saw progression from some of the guys and just feels great. It gives you confidence. And talking to coaches and GM, it feels like guys are taking the right approach to improve. And, yeah.
How do you feel the new additions, whether via trade or free agency, have helped strengthen this team, especially as you practiced with them over the last 2 weeks?
I mean, we haven't started yet, but in the room it feels different. Some character, some funny guys that we got, and obviously it's great. And I'm sure they're great players. I played against them, and they're tough to play against. That's what matters the most to me. And it's obviously great additions.
In your own game, is there still another level that you want to get to? And if so, what is it? Like, what can you improve?
Yeah, I think I can be a little bit more involved in the offensive side of things, join the rush more. Yeah, it just depends how we play and how many penalties we take, and I'll try to be a little bit more offensive, not necessarily taking more risks, but just be more involved.
About how you've helped him in his getting acclimated here to the States, to Utah. What have you seen from him as a young player coming in, and what do you hope maybe he can bring to this team?
Well, I've seen the good anxious feeling from him. I remember myself being in my first pro camp in Montreal, and it was, I didn't know if I was going to make the team or not. They had like 8 guys on one-way contracts. We pretty much have the same thing here. So he's got the same feelings. I see him going through it. I try to calm him down a little bit. But he's got all the tools, and I'm sure he'll be a great player right now in the future. So it's on him to make the team. But I feel like he can bring a lot. He can do anything. Play power play, PK. He's got a long stick. He's good with the puck. Like, he's tough to play against. He's big. So yeah.
The blue line is deeper than it was a year ago. How significant is that for this team, and how's it going to make you guys more successful?
It's good. It's first of all, it's the depth and the competition too. When it's only 6, your roles, nobody's going to touch you and get in your spot. But here you got some young guys coming in, you got some guys that are, maybe try to upgrade their role. And it's just good for everyone to have that competition, and, because it's going to make all of us stronger and show the best of us. So it's great.
You seem to take on obviously a leadership role. You had an A on your sweater last year. You've been mentoring some of these guys. Simashev has talked a lot about, how you've helped him. Is that something that surprised you about yourself at all, or you just feel like it's just kind of natural?
I want to say it's natural, but at the same time, some other greats and older guys did that for me, like Markov when I was in Montreal, Hedman, McDonough in Tampa. They took care of me, helped me out. So I kind of feel like I should, not necessarily should be doing the same, but I want to do the same kind of, it's just coming from the culture standpoint. You want to get your young guys right. When they come into your culture, you want to make sure they're, following the rules and doing everything they can to be the best version of themselves and helping the team. So I just feel like it's something I have to be doing.
Simashev said that he's taking care of your chickens every day. How's that going?
Not anymore, because I'm home now. So, but he was a big help because he was here 2 weeks before me, and our chicken sitter left. So he was big help. But at the same time, like about the mentoring thing, I think it's also good because, you know, he is Russian, I'm Russian. You know, helping out the fellow Russian guy is always great, and defenseman as well, because we don't get to see a lot of Russian good defensemen. So it's, you know, hopefully he's going to be one of the greats, and just a good friend. Like, you know, having friends is always good.
I was just going to ask about that with when you were that age, and Markov, you said, was the one that was helping you along. What did that do for you to have somebody that speaks your language and somebody that knows your culture and maybe can connect with you differently than other guys could?
Yeah, it's just comfort level goes up a little bit. You know, not necessarily just feeling comfortable like, oh, I'm here now, and you know, it's my city, my spot. You know, but just in the group, feeling more comfortable, because I was 18 years old. He's 20 now. You know, it's his first year pro in North America, so you know, there are some kind of rules you have to follow, the way you talk, the way you present yourself. It's it all matters in the end, and you don't know when it's going to matter. So yeah, that helped me a lot, and yeah, hopefully it helps him too.
Mikhail, you know what it takes to win. You've been on very successful teams, and you've had a heck of a career up to this point. When you look at this group from 30,000 feet, but also being in it day to day, the expectation this year is the playoffs, as it always is. Where do you see this group right now, and maybe some steps that you guys can take this year that will get you to that next phase of where this team is at?
You know, collectively, I think we're talking about consistency of our play, and that's a big step that we have to take. You know, obviously we won't be consistent for 82, but if we're consistent for 50, 60 games, and we consistently show up, we're going to be successful. And obviously a playoff is a baseline, but don't really want to talk about it anymore, because that was like the mantra last year, like playoff. Yeah, it's just taking the right steps at the right time, you know, bringing the culture up within the team, in the locker room, by, you know, just playing the right way. And it starts obviously with the coach, leaders, but yeah, it's just taking the right approach for the game, and the consistency is a big thing.
Sergey, I've got to ask, how many chickens do you guys have? How many eggs do you get? And how do you use all those eggs?
We have 16 chickens. I get about 10 to 12 a day now. For some reason, it used to be 15, 16, like in April. They're just getting lazy, I guess. Yeah, I try to feed them more. They still don't, you know, something's going on. I don't know. Gotta fix that. But yeah, we eat about maybe 6 to 10 a day. You know, I eat, my kid, wife, Simashev eats 20. He's but yeah, I bring it to my teammates once in a while, whenever they ask. You know, yeah. Bugi's not here, so nobody's, you know, chirping my chickens, so it's disrespecting them. But yeah, I just like the process. I mean, it's good for my kid to see, you know, that you can get your own food by taking care of your chickens and you know, other animals. So it's good. Thank you, Sergey. Oh, thank you, guys.
with all the steps you took last year and the big impact you had on this team, what did you focus on this summer, and how do you want to have another impact again this season?
Well, I was focusing, for the kind of the same thing, to work on my game in the crease, just getting better in the skating, and all those kind of stuff. Just all those details, what I have to improve. What we actually talk about with goalie coach. So I think it was a good summer to get better, and hopefully it's gonna happen on the ice.
How do you feel you and Vitek, your fellow countrymen, someone you've played with before, will work together in a strong tandem?
Well, we know each other for a long time, so it's really nice to have him by my side here, and I really believe we're going to be a good tandem, and we're going to help us to get better as a team, and to work, to support each other in every game.
You started nearly every game over the final few weeks of the regular season last season. What did you learn from that experience of just, being on the ice that much consistently, game after game, week after week?
Everybody feels like more comfortable when they are spent like most of the time on the ice. So it's same thing for me. Feel more comfortable, game by game, and just feel more comfortable in every single moment. So it's getting better in every game for me, and just feeling that support from whole organization, which is really important for every player.
Have you been able to talk to Connor Ingram at all since he got out of the program, and if so, how's he doing?
Actually, we just text a couple of times during the summer, but I just give him his own space to get better in that kind of situation. So I'm really happy he's healthy now, and he's getting better.
We have the Olympics coming up in February, and you could have the chance to play for your country possibly. How are you approaching that possibility?
Well, it's one of the peak of for the season. I want to focus first for the Utrecht Mammoth, and then I can focus in for the Olympic Games as well. It's a huge opportunity for me to be part of the team for the Olympics, and it's one of the peaks for this season.
How can you make sure to remain consistent now going into year two? Likely as the main guy to reproduce what you did last year.
I think it's really important for me to use those kind of experiences what I had from last year, and just focus for the details which work for me, and just focusing for those kind of details, what is really important. And I would say the most important thing is mindset, and winning mindset, and play every game as a Game 7.
I know that you just recently had an event with fans, and going back on last season, you quickly became a fan favorite. Did any part of that process kind of surprise you at all?
Well, to be honest, a little bit, because I never had that support from the fans before, so it's really unique to me, and that those kind of moments give me some special energy to every game, and I really enjoyed all those kind of moments on the ice, especially during those big games.
When you talk about your training that you did during the off season, do you have the same goalie coach that you've had for the last few years that you work with?
Actually, I know him for a while, so we are in touch during the season as well, so we can talk about so many situations as well, and it's part of my game, to get improved and to be better every day.
Let's talk about the pads. Was that your idea? Because that's clearly going to be the best set in the NHL this year.
Was that all you, or did you leave that up to the people at Bryant's?
Yeah, I have to give them credit. They always do awesome, incredible job, and it's so easy to work with them. And I actually knew right away what it should looks like, because I love the new logo. It's one of the best logo I ever see in every sport, so I love it. And I think it was a good chance to give it to big credit, and it's a pleasure to have that logo on the pads. So I think it's really unique design, and they just I had a couple ideas what we actually talk about, and they just sent me a couple options, and I just pick this one. So I just simply love it.
Hey, Karel, can you take us through and enlighten us in your mindset game to game during the season? Just was super impressed last year getting a chance to really watch you and be around. Whether there were a good game, a not so good game, maybe a goal you wanted to have back, you wanted to make a save on it, but you just found a way to bounce back. Has it always been that way for you? Have you had to learn that throughout your career? Just what's that mindset game to game and managing the good moments and maybe the not so good moments?
Right. I would say it's, like I said, it's all about that experience I had from the, last couple of years. And it's really important to me to stay positive in every kind of moment, and whatever happened before, I'm just trying to focus for another shot, another situation on the ice. So it sounds simply, but it's kind of I'm just trying to focus what I have to do next, and just don't really think about and overthink, So it's really important to me to stay on track in the right way, and just don't really think about anything else, and just focus for another and next situation.
All right, thanks, Veg.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
A lot of
Appreciate it.
momentum surrounding this team right now. As you and the group look forward, what do you think is going to motivate this group in training camp and in the regular season?
Yeah, I mean, I think right now we're all coming in motivated. I don't think anything needs to motivate us. We're in this beautiful new facility. We have everything we need to accomplish what we want to accomplish this year, and it's a competitive group, and we're excited to get going.
You accomplished a lot with the Utah Mammoth and also with Team USA. What did you learn about yourself and the player you are from last season, both internationally and in the NHL?
Yeah, I mean, I think in the NHL, each year you learn a lot. You learn how to take care of your body, what your body needs to make sure, you're performing at your best. And, I think I'm going to continue to learn each year and become better and better. Internationally, it was obviously such a cool experience going overseas. Having Kels, Donor and Kess when they were here too. But, it was a super surreal moment and, something that I'll remember forever.
What did your training regimen look like this summer? It looks like you put on some muscle and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great summer. Worked really hard, had a good group of guys to train with. I love my trainer. He's a great guy that, pushes me to get to where I want to be. And, it was a very successful summer and, excited to put the work in that, I did over the summer into the, the regular season here.
You saw a 20-point increase in terms of production last season. How do you replicate that and start, kind of knocking on the door of 80, 90 points?
Yeah, I mean, I think, each year I've taken a step and, this is no different. I want to take, an even bigger step and, increase that total even more. I'm motivated. I'm hungry to, I want to become, one of the best players in this league. And, I'm excited to continue to get better and continue to put in the work to make sure I accomplish that.
When you mentioned what you want to accomplish this year, is that playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, it's always, it comes back to the team and doing what's best for the team. And obviously, this group wants to get to the playoffs. The city wants us in the playoffs. We're all hungry to make sure we get there. Just the excitement around the city, even for regular season, it's pretty incredible. And couldn't imagine what the city will be like, if we get to the playoffs. So we're hungry. We have the, right staff to do it, right team to do it, everything we need to make sure that, it gives us a chance to accomplish it.
Got the things in place for it. What are the steps you guys need to take on the ice? What are the differences compared to last year? It's like 7 or 8 points difference.
Yeah, I mean, I think a big thing for us is consistency. I think there was times in the point last season where, we kind of struggled with that. And, I think for us, we kind of got an older group now, guys that have won cups, have been in big games. And, even us younger guys, it's another year under our belt. So we kind of know what to expect even more now. And I think, once you, kind of start to be in those big moments, you start to gain confidence and allows you to, kind of be more consistent.
Logan, you mentioned a little bit about your experience with Team USA. You were also invited to the Olympic orientation to be a part of that. How has that exposure helped you personally, maybe from a leadership standpoint, as well as your mindset of the game of hockey?
Yeah, it was definitely an honor. I mean, I think, anytime you could represent your country, it's, an unbelievable privilege and something that, I'll never take for granted. Going to Worlds was an unbelievable experience, just being in those big moments of, when it's do or die. And, you kind of gain a sense of confidence in those big moments, and it allows you to kind of perform better and, you're not as tense or whatever. But, then going to the Olympic camp was super special for me. Seeing guys like Kane, Matthews, guys that you looked up to when you were, younger, it's cool to talk to them and, just see how they are, how they go about, the season and what they do to kind of take care of their bodies, and just skating with them too. Obviously, they're unbelievable talents, and it was cool to see.
Logan, you mentioned your hunger to become one of the best players in the NHL, and as someone that plays the toughest of the 3 forward positions, curious, aside from just the offense, maybe defensively, the full 200-foot game, how did you feel that your game grew last year, and maybe some things specifically that you worked on this summer to try to take that part of your game to the next level?
Yeah, I mean, I think you look at teams that have won the Stanley Cup. When Eichel did it, just how good defensively he was too. Obviously, he's putting up points, producing, but he's also not getting scored on too. Then guys like Barkov that could shut down guys like McDavid. So it's they're obviously unbelievable talents offensively, but it's what they do away from the puck too. That's for me. It's something that I want to continue to get better at. Something that I work on a lot. I think for me, it's just bearing down and face-offs, big face-offs in my D zone. I think stick work was something that I worked on a lot this summer, being very detailed with that and trying to end plays quicker. When you do that, it allows you to play offense quicker also. So, it's something that I'm going to continue to try to learn and continue to get better at to, take my game to another level.
Now that you're eligible to sign an extension, are you thinking about that, or is that mostly just leave it to the agents and move on?
Yeah, for me, it's all about just this season, helping this team get to the playoffs and, gearing up for, a season that, I want to dominate. I want to be the best player I could possibly be. So, kind of leaving that to the agents. And but obviously, again, I love it here, and but just focus on this year for right now.
What was it like to play alongside Keller, at the World Championships? And, how did his leadership kind of shine through in that moment?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Obviously, I love playing with him. I love being around him. Everyone sees what he does on the ice, but off the ice too, just how hard he works, how much he takes care of his body, and obviously he's just so fun to be around. Really easygoing, enjoys the game, enjoys just being around the guys, and obviously, he's probably not the loudest guy in the locker room, but I think for him, he's a guy that leads by example with his play and how hard he competes every night and what he's willing to do to make sure we get 2 points every night.
I'm curious, how much have you enjoyed playing in Utah, now that you're stepping into year 2, and what are you looking forward to the most in season 2?
Yeah, I love it here. I think I said this last year, but it's definitely the most fun time I've had playing hockey. It's just such a joy coming to the rink every day, and just the facilities, the guys we have on this team. We all push each other to be better every day, and just the fans too. I mean, I think every game was sold out. When you're coming on to the ice sheet and seeing it sold out, it gives you energy, and it makes you want to win, not only for the team but for the fans too in the city. And I can't wait to see the Delta Center and how it's going to be rocking here soon.
All right, thanks, Cole.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it.
JJ, welcome to training camp here in
Thank
Utah.
you.
As the team met this morning, what's the messaging? What's driving this team to have such a strong year this upcoming season?
Yeah, I think just holding each other accountable and competing. I think just raising the standards and holding each other accountable. I think that's the main message we got out of there.
Now that you've had a little bit of time to get to know the players and the team and the facilities and the city, the state, all that, what do you think?
It's insane. I like it a lot. Like I said before, I was super excited to come here, see all the mountains and that stuff, and it's been great so far. Kind of excited until the winter comes in and some snow comes down to see the mountains like that. But so far so good.
Has anything surprised you about Utah thus far?
The air. Like I was expecting a little bit that it's harder to breathe here, especially working out. But kind of hit me the first couple of days, that's for sure.
You've been able to grow a lot over the last few seasons, adding more and more in terms of production. How do you continue to do that now that you're here in Utah with so many other young players who continue to take a lot of steps?
Well, I think just trying to get better every day. That's always the main goal, and it's good. We have a really competitive group here, and I think just compete and try to be the best on the ice every day to just push each other more and more.
Seems like you had a pretty fun offseason. Got to go to the media tour over in Europe, and then I saw you were at the U.S. Open tennis tournament as well. What were some of the highlights of your offseason, and just I guess what were you able to accomplish during the summer?
I've been around a little bit in summer. Couple vacations around Europe. Went to a hockey camp in Switzerland, hockey camp in Czech Republic, and also went to Sweden for a week for some hockey. So. I think I found a good mix this summer of vacation time at the start and then also getting around with hockey, seeing new places. So, I mean, I've been enjoying the off-season a lot, but obviously was super excited to come here.
Do you know yet where you might play in the lineup, whether it's on the top line or maybe the hint lines?
I haven't gotten any information yet, no.
Just curious, being at training camp with a new team, what are some things that you try to do for a training camp like this to get yourself acclimated, not only with just the guys, but with the coaches and things like that?
I guess just be myself. That's always kind of worked out for me, and compete. I think I was super excited to get here. I will be super excited to get on the ice tomorrow finally. When that training camp starts. So I think just be myself, be a good guy, and then just see.
A new fan base. What do you want them to know about your style of play and your game?
Well, just to be excited. I think I'm an excited player to watch with a lot of speed. So
don't look away and be excited for some action.
All right, thanks, JJ.
Yep. Thank you guys.